Okay. Here we go. I have to do quests. Small, hard, no. The Limitless Blue, Thok-as Thog. I have to do Thornton's Reign. I have to do Containment Bay S1T7. The Singularity Reactor. Right, and then there's all this stuff. The Binding Coil of Bahamut, turn 5. God, I need to do so many of these. Ranchermont, account code top. Containment Bay S1T7. Hello, fire. Oh, God, hydrate already? Okay. There you go. Oh, jeez. That's a big boy.
Disabling Sephiroth's restraints now. Good luck.
I'm okay. How are you? He's a big boy. Okay, I am not main tank. I don't know what the job of main tank is, but I am not main tank. One guy's name is Grumpy Old Man. Oh, he's even bigger now. Oh, fuck! Fuck! No, grumpy old man is dead! Ah, I clucked out of the game. Oh, jeez. I got whacked. We won! Well, I guess I'm not commendating anyone.
You did it! I've seen you in action, but never against anything that big. My legs kept telling me to run, but I couldn't tear myself away. I don't think I blinked once during the whole battle.
A hero tried and true. If only I possessed such strength.
Pistola, this is Kryl. Icon eliminated. Oh, if only you could have seen it. Popote gave Sephiroth the mother of all rude awakenings. And your distraction was perfect. We encountered not a single Imperial soldier. Yes, understood. Let's swap tails at the Rising Stones then.
On our path to the control chamber, we discovered a number of dormant thralls. It would seem the machines that preserve their forms also hold them in a state of torpor. We need not fear them summoning their deity anew.
In short, our work here is done, for the present at least. Let's go home, shall we?
Your senses are sharp, young one. I am Regula Van Hydrus, legatus of the 7th Legion, or of the 6th Legion. And it would seem that damnable woman and her accomplice have led me a merry dance through the thickest of this infernal island's defenses. To think that I pursued them. I shall withdraw for now, my lesson learned. I doubt it. You Garleans never learn. You covet the means to enslave primals, but in your headlong dash to control that which you do not understand, you show less wisdom than the very beast tribes that summon them. I have no interest in crossing blades with children. Live, grow strong, and mayhap one day you will warrant my attention.
I looked back and you weren't there. Did something happen?
Not of consequence. I mistook a shadow for a man.
Just what are you hiding beneath that mask of yours? A longing for hope, an appetite for power, a lingering sense of regret. And I do detect a desire to test your strength against a certain hero.
Is that what your gifts tell you?
No, those were just wild guesses. But I wonder if a few of my words didn't strike close to the mark. Or mayhap more than a few. Be at ease, Una Kalhai. I have no supernatural ability to read minds. The echo simply allows me to comprehend, regardless of language, that which a fellow being would have me know. You need not mask your heart as you do your countenance.
That was a performance then, a ruse to uncover my true nature. I see I shall have to keep my wits about me. Wait. I just went to the wrong place, didn't I? Yep, I did. God damn it. So, Warrior of Light, how did it feel to strike down so great a foe? You must tell me more of the experience once our meeting with your colleagues is concluded. Though thine all-surpassing skill at arms, do we now take our first step into ridding this star of the warring triad's baleful presence, and in such wise do we lessen the burden bequeathed unto us by the vainglory of Allag. Know, however, that the two icons which remain are thought equal in might to Sephiroth, and may yet exceed him. Ere thou proceed, I would counsel thee to marshal thy strength, and give careful thought to thy preparation. Assuming the Garleans afford us the luxury of time, even now they grasp for the means to dominate primals, blind to the technology's potential for calamity. My master taught me that the entity known as Sephiroth was the world's first sacred tree, elevated to godhood by the belief of its worshippers. There is no power more fearsome than that born of unconditional faith and unbending ideal.
'Tis plain your master found you in you a willing student. Tell me, was it he who taught you of the elegance, technology, potential, calamity, or are those your own words?
'Twas but a figure of speech, nothing more.
When we last met, I thought I caught a glimpse of a boy behind the mask, but it would seem your defenses are firmly back in place. Must you persist with this infuriating veil of secrecy? I, for one, would very much like to know who this master of yours is, amongst other things.
As long as our purposes align, what matter my affiliation?
It matters a great deal. I do not ask out of idle curiosity. If we are to fight as comrades, we need to be able to trust each other. On which note, I should apologize for my early trickery. It was merely an attempt to get to the heart of an enigmatic companion. Truth be told, I was rather glad you reacted as you did. No person of your age has any business being calm and aloof all the time, much as you might wish to be. Anyway, we had best be off. Do send word if there are any further developments.
A companion now, am I? Oh my god! have something for you, Warrior of Light. During our expedition to Banish Sephiroth, I came across a certain relic, and I believe it'd be best put to best use in your hands. It is an elegant device of the kind used to store information. In this case, the record of the furious conflict that took place on the shores of Mericidia between the Icon Sephiroth and the forces of Alig. Should you present this tombstone to the verification node outside Triad Council control, the node systems will analyze the various aspects of the conflict and create for you a false icon against which you can train. Consider it a sort of mock battle that presumes the Sephiroth who is broken free of his shackles. If I understand its workings correctly, the node should also be capable of manifesting a far stronger incarnation of the icon. This would mimic the catastrophic consequences were Sephiroth ever to absorb an additional source of energy, say by defeating another member of the Warring Triad. A compelling challenge for a warrior of your ability, yes? You need not possess Master Kryle's knowledge of elegant technology to begin this particular battle. Simply present the tombstone to the node on the flagship and then follow the orb's instructions. I hope the experience brings you valuable insight, Warrior of Light. I am troubled, Warrior of Light. The 6th Legion will not soon surrender its pursuit of Algan technology. While it is true that the 6th suffered heavy losses in an attempt to breach Azath defenses, the Legion is still very much a force to be reckoned with. Left to his own devices, it will not be long before the Legastus moves to... Pray excuse the interruption, but a call to this link pro can only come from one of your fellow scions. Arcanishtola, what news? And you are quite certain they have broken through? Yes, of course, we shall leave immediately. It would seem the thing I feared most has come to pass. The Garleans have succeeded in dispelling the barrier Urion J placed on the entrance to the research facility. We must intercept and destroy them before they acquire the means to control the primal entities. Arcanishtola requests that we assemble at the scene of the intrusion. Pray depart at once. I will join you when I have informed the other scions of this development. Blip activating verification systems. Combat simulation request acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data. Blip data processed. Adversary Warring Triad Sephiroth. Defining simulation parameters.
Blip bloop warning, threat level extreme. The Empire assumes no responsibility for death or injury resulting from participation in combat simulations. Blip if activating reality augmentation, initiating combat simulation. The Empire thanks you for volunteering to participate in this study. Post-mortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent participants. Your sacrifice is appreciated.
I see we are the first to arrive. No matter, your colleagues should be here and on. They were wise indeed to keep this area under surveillance. Had the Guardian slipped by unnoticed, I dare not think of the consequences. Archon Stola set forth for Azislaw when it became apparent that the Legatus was attempting to breach the barrier, and arrived to find that he had succeeded. We must hope he has yet to find his prize.
Well met, Unu Kalhai, and thank you for answering my summons so swiftly, Popoti. We shall all be glad of your presence should we meet with the 6th Legion, as all seems but certain. As you may be aware, this facility houses some of Aleg's most advanced technology. Accordingly, Urianger sought to deny the Empire easy ingress by weaving a ward of singular potency. Not singular enough, it would seem. I'd be surprised if the Legastus had not reached the core laboratories already.
'Tis passing strange. I wove the ward in accordance with the most closely guarded teachings of the Archmages of Charleon. Naught was left to chance. Naught. It is well known that the children of Garlemald have no talent for arcane manipulation, nor hath the Empire more than a cursory knowledge of sorcery. That they should succeed in unraveling so complex a skein of magecraft, and with such surpassing swiftness, tis passing strange.
That it is, Urianger, but 'tis a mystery for another day.
Archon Stola has the right of it. Before all else, we must move to safeguard the knowledge which enabled the Alligans to harness primal energies. A particular concern is the Genesis expression, an chemical formula that allowed the scholars of yore to create substance from nothingness.
I know of no such formula. Whence came you by this information? From your enigmatic master, perchance?
He did furnish me with that morsel, yes. Knowing exactly which prize the Legastus now seeks enables us to predict his position. Do you not see? We have been gifted the perfect opportunity to remove the head of an entire legion.
I didn't think you quite so bloodthirsty, Unu Kalhai. Surely safeguarding secrets should take precedence over slaying Legastuses. Kryle's sentiments reflect my own, yet the two objectives need not be mutually exclusive. What say you, Urianger? Urianger?
Forgive me. My thoughts were bound up in idle imaginings. In answer to the question, milady, I am content to be led by thee in this matter.
Right, I've enabled the facility's teleporters, shall we? you dwell on the matter of the barrier.
I do. Verily, 'twas a warding spell of labyrinthine intricacy, the brainchild of the head of the students of Baldession himself. Even the most learned Archon would require some several moons to disentangle such an enchantment. To do so in mere bells would require some preternatural power akin to the very echo itself. Oh my god! Ooh, damn it. Garlean strike for the heart of the facility and the Legusta spearheads the charge. Okay. I guess I can't fight him.
In the name of the Emperor!
Oh, there's more. Give me a moment. Go, I will stand guard over Mistress Crow. You must keep... fuck.
You bring your kid in. You best keep her safe, Unukalai.
Oh, there's no dodging this. Oh, shit!
What was I supposed to do there?
In the name of the Emperor!
Cryle? Okay, am I supposed to stand by Yustola when he does that big thing? Yeah, I'm okay, Fire. Inside the barrier! Okay. That's what I was supposed to do.
After the Legastus. And they still come. Press on, Popoti. I will handle this.
I have exposed the bones of their work. Now to extract the marrow. Even in the moment of my triumph, you persist in your misguided crusade. So be it, I shall present my prize to the Emperor alongside your head.
Can you withstand this? There is nowhere to run. Can you withstand this? Can you withstand this?
My weapons inhibitors exist for a reason, but I will not lose to you again.
Enough!
I didn't do anything.
Poti! The Tomolith is unbreached then? Cryle!
My wounds will not slow my blade should you seek to bar my path.
And you would slay me, no doubt, but it would be your final act.
What madness affects you, Eorzean fools? The Emperor desires a means to shackle the Icons and their destructive appetites. Why do you rail against your own salvation? It's not for man to wield such a power. The primal energy your Emperor seeks to contain would be as kindling waiting for a spark. Forget not the White Raven, Legastus. Like thee, he presumed to wield the power of Alleg, and invited the calamity in so doing. The star's fate is too important to be decided by any one man, a warmongering savage least of all. Have care, boy. You speak of my emperor. But dying here in defense of his honor will not further his cause.
Well, I appear to not to be dead. Ow! Cryle. I may have cracked a rib. Or two. But I'll be fine, honestly.
Our foes gave no quarter. Had Unu Kalhai stinted in his defense of thee, thou mayst been certain thy hurts would be far worse. I could do no less. Mistress Cryle is here at my behest after all. The secrets of Allag are safe for the present, though 'tis doubtful the Ligustus will return to Garlemald till the prize he coveteth lies in his grasp.
Now we must redouble our efforts to protect this place. Cryle and I will place additional seals upon the Tomolith. Unu Kalhai. I appreciated you staying at my side. Thank you.
"'Twas not.
Oh, please. It was a good more deal than that, and you know it. Now let me help you. When a woman thanks you for saving her life, the customary response is you're welcome.
You are welcome. Urion J, are the new wards already in place? My colleagues yet toil upon their enchantments. I come unto thee in secret that I might question thee outside their hearing. Question me? I would speak with the one who undid my subtlest magecraft, he who invited an Imperial Augustus into this facility in hopes of engineering the man's demise at the hands of the Warrior of Light. You accuse me of minding this day's events? The plan may have been thy master's, but the deed was thine. Thou didst lure the Legistus of the 6th Legion into a trap from which he was not intended to emerge. 'Tis plain to me now that thy seeming opportunism in proposing his elimination was feigned, and that his death was the object of thy plan from the first. And you have proof of this? Thine own words betrayed thee. Thou didst speak of the Empire's desire to claim the Genesis expression, the existence of which even the learned Mistress Kyle was ignorant. Whence then did the Augustus come by such definitive knowledge? And then there is the matter of mine unraveled ward. None save one possessed of an underworldly gift could have so swiftly effected of its dissolution. Know thee of another blessed with such? Assuming these accusations have merit, what then? Full many times and oft doth the pursuit of truth lead men down darkened paths. I take no issue with thy purpose, 'tis but thy method I would call into question. In the Garlean Empire we have a common foe. Hadst thou deigned to share thine intentions with Popotia or Mistress Kryl, 'tis like that we would close the trap with less risk to life and more success. I sought to use the most dangerous secrets of Alec as bait. Who among you would agree to such a reckless plan? None, and with good cause. Irrespective, thou wert remiss in thy duty to thy comrades. I note with some disappointment that in matters concerning the primals and those who would control them, the cold rationality upon which thou so pridest thyself is conspicuous by its absence. Know that the salvation of the star is an end too vast for any one of us to accomplish alone. Shouldst thou fail to trust in thy comrades, I foresee thy actions precipitating some terrible misfortune. Indeed. My sincerest apologies, Popoti. Orion J is correct in his suspicions. It was I who orchestrated this encounter with the Empire. I would ask that thou forgive Unu Kalhai in this transgression, and keep mention of it for Mistress Kyle. 'Twould be a pity for one foolish decision to wither their budding camaraderie ere it had a chance to bloom.
There you are, you rotten idler. While Yustola realized we were struggling with the wars alone, she was absolutely livid.
Never mind the warring triad. I have awoken Archon Yustola's tempestuous wrath. In supplicant mood I shall return at once, and there atone for mine indolence. Come, Popoti. It is time we return to the Rising Stones. Tataru, why you dozing off? Oh, it's time for fucking extreme!
One time here, please tips. I'm new here. Oh boy. Well, let's all do it. Let's all do it.
That was new. Those green orb things. Oh no.
We need stack in this part. What is stack?
Fuck, those are big circles. Fuck! I just got one shot. Get me out of here! No! Ow! I don't know what killed me, but it killed me. Need to bait near the puddle. What puddle? You're dead. Oh, we lost 5 members. Well, hey, Elbeck. Well, we lost another one. I don't think anyone's coming back. How do I leave a duty? Hi, Sephiroth. Kill me. How do I leave? I can't vote, abandon, leave current duty. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, that could have gone better. Once again, I must apologize for acting without your consent or counsel. As a gesture of repentance and a sign of good faith, allow me to share something of myself with you. As Urianger suggested, I possess the gift of the Echo, though it is of a nature different from yours. Regardless, I will use my gift for the selfsame purpose, the salvation of this star. And nothing poses a greater threat to the world than the proliferation of primal harnessing technology. This I know only too well. What I am about to divulge concerns the fate of another star entirely. On this other world, A magic was devised that allowed the realm's champions to use a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. So armed, these heroic souls conquered god after god, oblivious to their weapon's fatal imperfection, its propensity to bleed primal energies. And with each victory, the heroes changed, transforming at last into fiends of endless appetite. Insatiable in their hunger for ether, they ultimately went to war over the star's ever-dwindling life force, and fought until there was nothing left. Thus, as Urian J. so astutely observed, when I am faced with those who rush to embrace power unchecked, I lose all semblance of rationality. Note that my master too cared deeply about the fate of this star. I am his servant, his instrument, sent here to ensure that the same tragedy does not consume another world. Warrior of Light, if this world is to survive, we must needs move forward with our plan. Another pillar of the warring triad must be toppled. The question of which has already been answered. Following our encounter with the Ligustus, Arcanishtola detected erratic etheric waveforms emanating from the sector containing the icon Sophia, known simply as the Goddess in former times. Such readings can only mean one thing. She is close to awakening. Let us return to Azus Law forthwith and put an end to this primal deity, lest she rise again in all her terrible glory. Oh, come on. There we go. We appear to be the first to arrive. Shall we await our colleagues here? Could the 6th Legion have returned?
Paputi, Unukahai! We're under attack! Istella and Oriente have engaged the foe from not far from here!
Who is this guy? Rarely is my shield thus tested. 'Twould seem the Alligans have not been lax in their recruitment.
You think so? Mayhap your arm merely withered while you lay idle.
Still your tongues. We have stalled them long enough. With scales in hand, the goddess shall arise, and righteously cast off her cursed pall, that she, with wrathful wind king at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all. Hear my words in despair, Alligans. Our goddess is awoken. Your civilization has birthed the instruments of its own undoing.
"'Tis well that you are here, Popoti. I would like to know what our assailants were saying. You understood their words, did you not?"
"'Twas a Mericidian dialect, if mine ears do not deceive, though one which beareth scant resemblance to any spoken in recent times. As for our antagonist's meanings, I do gladly defer to those blessed with the echo."
"The one with the shield seemed to think we were Alligans. He recited what sounded like a verse of prophecy, then claimed their goddess is awoken. Is that about right, Popoti?" "And might we assume this deity of theirs is the very icon we've come to topple?"
"Aye, from their tongue, their words, and their attire, 'tis like that our antagonists were Mercidian, thralls of the goddess Sophia and victims of the Alligans' incursions. If, as Kryl claimeth, they thought us agents of Allig, 'tis little wonder they sought to bring us low."
You suggest that...
You suggest that Sophia's servants have been liberated from their containment? Then we have no choice but to accept word of her awakening as truth.
Gods help us! The Warring Triad have proven formidable enough when we roused them with a fraction of their true strength. Should Sophia break free at the peak of her powers, Popoti and her friends won't stand a chance. Let us be about it then, Popoti, Kryl, Unukalhai. The three of you will make directly for Sophia's containment facility. Urianger and I will do what we can to occupy the Icon's thralls.
Mistress Kryl, do you perchance recall the words of the prophecy in its entirety?
Let me see. I believe it was, "With scales in hand, the goddess shall arise and righteously cast off her cursed pall, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all."
Containment Bay, P1D6 now available. I want to do the binding coil of Bahamut, damn it! Why does no one want to do the binding coil of Bahamut, damn it? Oh, he's right here. A supply airship has gone missing, you say? Well, that would certainly explain why our provisions were so late in arriving. I did, in fact, spy a vessel charting an erratic course north winds a short while ago, but as it seemed disinclined to make port here, I paid it little mind. Not the most compelling piece of evidence, I grant you, but I've witnessed naught else of interest. I suggest you investigate the landmass to the north. Rest assured I will send word if I spy any other sign of our errant supply ship. Aid! Aid, I say! These villains mean to plunder my cargo! What have we got here, then? Like you're some sort of hero, do you? Well then, you won't mind if me mates here join the fun. Make for a more heroical tale, won't it? The tale of how 3 sky pirates fed a meddling little shite her own bloody eyes. What the? Oh gods, I know that ship, it's...
So you're the scrags what have been dragging our good name through the mud.
You're Red Bill Leofard! We ain't done naught to you or yours. What do you want with us? You know him, but you don't know who I am.
I think I made my position pretty clear. You take on the mantle of Sky Pirate, you agree to a certain code of conduct. And codes ain't much to go if folk go around breaking them. Frankly, lads, you're making us look bad, and we can't have that. No hard feelings, though, eh?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Leofard. Thank you. I'm certain my master will wish to repay you.
If your employer does business in Ishgard, he likely knows a merchant or two with trades with me and my associates. Tell him to say it's for Leofard, and any reward should reach me soon enough. As for you, adventurer, tain't often someone beats me to the scene, but then I expect not less from a hero such as yourself, Popoti. That is who you are, ain't it? I don't know many other lasses with one of them marvelous mana cutters the ironworks streamed up. Well then, it seems you saved me the trouble of tracking you down. I've been hoping to have a word with you, you see. I'll put you straight. I need someone to help out with a little venture I have in mind. Someone used to taking a few risks. Now, this wouldn't be no black-hearted brigand's work, so don't worrying yourself on that account. Unlike them thieving curs just now, I don't hold with robbing honest folk. For me, you see, the Sky Pirate's life all about freedom. The freedom to go where you will, to find out what lies beyond the next cloud. If you're interested in joining us on an adventure worthy of the name, then look for me standing in the northern reaches of the Blue Window. Someone will be waiting there to greet you.
Cold wind.
That's far enough, stranger. If you value your life, tell me true. Did you stumble across this marker by chance, or you here by invitation? Then that would make you the hero the captain said to watch out for. Well met. The name's Stasia. Lord Leofard would call me his right-hand woman, but I feel more like his bloody nursemaid, God's truth be told. In him. Anyway, thanks to you for coming to hear me out. If you follow me, I'll take you to the Red Bill's nest.
Is there an aetheryte crystal here?
I come to you in person and you still refuse my offer?
Arrogant fool. On the subject of arrogance, Radlia, I bow to your superior knowledge, but that's all the bowing you'll get from me. As I told you a dozen times before, I ain't no one's lackey.
But my dear Leofard, how else do you propose to survive an expedition into the ghost ship? I would fear for my life with naught but your feeble crewmates at my back.
Well, I fear for my life with your mangy crew at my back on account of them being murderous, untrustworthy bastards to a man.
I thought you cleverer than this, Red Bill. No matter, I always get what I want in the end. 'Tis merely a question of method. Now there's a face I've not seen before. You don't have the looks of one of Leofard's little birds. She's a guest. You understand the concept, don't you? You know, when someone is invited instead of just bursting through the door whenever she damn well pleases. That was Radlia, captain of the Talons. She knows Leofard's the best sky pirate alive, and the fact that he won't join her sticks in her craw.
Are you gonna let them talk to you like that, Captain? We should teach them Red Bill some respect.
Patience. When all this is over, we shall see who rules the skies.
Ho there, hero! I promised you high adventure, and high adventure you shall have, for we plan to board the Sea of Cloud's very own ghost ship!
What folk have taken to calling one anyway. Every day for the past few weeks was brought in within a new sighting of the self-same vessel, a massive airship of queer design adrift on the wind. Been a curious lot. There were a few buccaneers who tried exploring below decks, but not one of them's been seen since. And so naturally, they're saying the ship is cursed. Well, haunted.
Like I said, honest to God's ghost ship. My guess is she's another relic left behind by the Alligans, but we won't know for sure till we had ourselves a good poke around inside. And liberated whatever ancient treasure she's got moldering away in her hold, of course.
But before we start dividing up the spoils, we gotta find the damn thing. Which is why we've been working on a special new device. Oh, goddamn!
But finding her will be the easy part. What we can't do without a veteran explorer, what we ain't afraid to fling herself face first in the jaws of danger. Now, I know you're a great gallant... Okay, this is gonna have to wait. This is gonna have to wait. Oh, this is Sophia.
I leave the goddess in your capable hands. Just watch out for her worshippers.
Oh! Oh! Zephyr Ming just followed! Thank you, I'm enjoying Eorzea! What the heck is happening? What the heck? There's a giant head.
The unenlightened come.
apologies.
Sin must be balanced with suffering. Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
My night's going okay. How about you?
My revelations are lost.
That's good. Sophia's dead. Well, everyone leaves before I can give commendations. Every time.
I see the goddess is no more. Well done. Once Kryl and Unul-Kai have rejoined us, we may safely depart. One thing yet puzzles me, however. How did Sophia's servants come to wake from their slumber? I believe we have the answer to that.
We discovered the remains of a Gallian soldier in the adjacent sector of the containment facility. It is like that the fool ventured too close to Sophia during the Empire's previous incursion and was enthralled for his troubles. Another reminder, if anyone needed, as to the incalculable threat posed by these beings. The goddess would not have even been conscious when she claimed the man's will, and yet his mistake granted her the means to release her servants, and would have resulted in her own liberation had we not been here on hand to intervene. I do much wonder that the Icon's pawn was capable of so effectively manipulating the facility's containment systems. How came he by such rarefied knowledge? That too is easily explained. During our investigation, Kryl discovered a subtle flaw in one of the mechanisms which held the goddess in check, a flaw which had been plainly added intentionally. Upon examining the facility's records of the period, we were able to piece together the story. It was a time towards the end of the Third Astral Era when the people of Mericidia faced extinction at the hands of the Elegant Empire. Sophia, a being of incomparable cunning, was said to have communicated certain plans to her servants through the medium of a trusted oracle. Following the oracle's instructions, they duly conspired with the rebel faction within Alig who, we believe, agreed to tamper with the prison intended for Sophia, and then the goddess and her thralls chanced to be captured, though we suspect that they had always been their plan.
Indeed, the prison was situated at the heart of Alig, and we think they intended to attack the city from within. They would merely have had to wait for the rebels to exploit their weakness in their confines.
But the conspirators dealing with the Mercidians were exposed before they can enact their plot, and were all summarily executed. It seems that the flaw itself remained undiscovered, however, and might have remained so until the end of days had it not been for the actions of the Archbishop and subsequently the Guardians.
I cannot help but wonder what might have come to pass if their scheme had been successful. Mayhap the answer lies in the prophecy.
I'll have the right of it. Its words may be deciphered thus. The cursed Paul speaks of Sophia's prison, from which she was supposed to have emerged at the agreed hour. The Worm King, meanwhile, can be none other than the great Bahamut himself, then yet a prisoner whom the goddess did intend to unleash upon Alig to set right the scales of justice.
A foolhardy plan. Had it come to fruition, the two of them would have surely raised the realm. Naught would have been spared the devastation, and the Mericidians on homeland included.
Their home already stood on the brink of oblivion. Mayhap they wish for naught else but to purge the poison of Alig with primal fire. The tale teaches us that even the greatest of man's creations may yet be brought low by a single act of treachery. The Alligans were fools to place their trust in technological bondage. To shackle such beings is but to delay the inevitable, not to save their total destruction so free us from their menace. Let us return now to the Rising Stones, and there consider the final step of this most needful task. The threat posed by this facility is far greater than you imagine, Urianger, and one not limited to the icons themselves. Sophia's remaining servants must be put down.
Blip, warning. Deactivating stasis chamber support systems will result in subject termination. Enter identification code to continue. Blip. Identification code accepted. Subjects terminated. Time to skip through a bunch of dialogue.
yada yada yada. Honest to goodness, ghost ship. My guess is she's another relic left behind by the Elegans, but we won't know for sure till we had ourselves a good poke around inside. Liberated whatever ancient treasure she's got mouldering away in her hold, of course.
But before we start dividing up the spoils, we've got to find the damn thing, which is why we've been working on this special new device.
Finding her will be the easy part. What we can't do without a veteran explorer, what would ain't afraid to fling herself face first into the jaws of danger. Now I know you're a gallant champion of the people and all, but strip away the flame and glory and I'll wager you're still an adventurer at heart. So what say you, Popoti? Fancy a plunge into the unknown at the side of the Red Bills?
Then it's settled. Let's pay a visit to our crewmate Utada. She's been working on a way to track the vessel.
My chair's squeaky.
Greetings, the name's Utada. I suppose you call me the Red Bill's Chief of Engineering. Smithing, carpentry, magitech. If it's part of an airship, I can fix it. Just don't expect to see me waving a cutlass and swinging over the rails. If there's fighting to be done, well, that's what we have you for. Well met, ladies and gentle pirates. Now that we appear to have our hero, I'm happy to report we've overcome the last obstacle to boarding the ghost ship.
Meaning your project is proceeding as planned?
It is, Captain. I knew it would be the perfect place to take readings. The scan amount of background ether makes it easy to follow the derelict's trail. The ghost ship has what Utada tells us is a unique etheric signature. She's been building a device what can sniff out its particular spectral flavor and point us in the right direction. I call it the Ecto Compass. It allowed me to collect some solid data on the vessel's movements and plot a reliable intercept course. No groping blindly through the clouds for us. While the ships are loaded and ready to fly, just say the word, Captain.
Utada, you best stay out here, out of harm's way. Keep an eye on them aether trails, eh?
Aye, Captain. Grab an armload of treasure for me.
Now, we've got no way of knowing what's waiting for us on that cursed hook, Popoti, so you best bring along a few mates what you know you can trust. Don't hurt to be too careful, seeing as how you'll be going in first and all. I did tell you you'd be going in first, didn't I? Well, you will. The rest of us will be guarding the rear, just in case Radley and her brood decide to stick their beaks in where they ain't wanted. Don't worry, she'll not get past us, so you can concentrate on carving a path into the ship's belly. An honest to God's ghost ship. Oh, this is gonna be an adventure and a half. The Void Ark. New dungeon. Oh my god, it's a raid? It's a fucking raid? I can never get raids, though. Is Artemis, Warrior of Light? Archon Stola mentioned that there was a matter she wished to discuss.
Well met, Papoti. You will forgive me if I seem curt, but I would settle an account with our young friend. While conducting a final sweep of Sophia's containment facility, we discovered that all of her remaining thralls had perished in their stasis chambers. This was your doing?
Aye, it was. I chose to act upon the knowledge revealed within the tombstone we recovered. The true purpose of these prisons is far more horrifying than we first assumed. The Alligans were not simply observing the icons and siphoning away their energies. They were conducting experiments in preparation for a far more ambitious project. If you'll recall, both the Fiend and the Goddess were imprisoned within mystical spherical structures. These spheres were the prototypes which paved the way for the successful construction of an artificial celestial body.
You speak of Dalamud.
Aye. The Icon's cages are unmistakably of the same design as the Red Moon. To be plain, the research facility contains the seeds of 3 calamities which might feasibly be visited upon a chosen target. Eliminating one of them necessitated the destruction of the goddess's slumbering thralls, a distasteful task unbefitting one such as the Warrior of Light. Thus did I resolve to perform the deed myself.
You've made your case, and 'tis apparent we were not in full possession of the facts. Nevertheless, your notion of what may or may not be expected of Papoti is presumptuous in the extreme. When the Warrior of Light chose to join the Scions, he did so in the knowledge that she would be required to face and destroy not only their primals, but also their fanatical servants. That which you term a distasteful task is an essential part of our calling, a burden which every Scion is sworn to shoulder.
I see. 'Twould seem I misjudged the depth of your resolve.
No matter. Assuming I made myself understood, we need not speak of it again. There is, however, one other subject which merits discussion. You determined that Sophia's thralls were awakened by a Glarlian soldier who somehow gained access to the containment area, did you not? If that is the case, it seems highly doubtful that the interloper wandered into such a dangerous part of the facility by chance. Dissidents within the Emperor claim that the 6th Legion is rife with agents under orders to thwart the Legistus' mission by any means necessary. Lest you imagine that we have allies in Garlemald, I should clarify that their motive is wholly uncharitable. Regular Van Hydrus rose to the top of the Garlean military on merit alone, and is fiercely loyal to the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. His peers, by contrast, rose through the favor of the established order and would accordingly do anything to see him fail. Of course, now I get the fucking raid. That they would be so reckless. You truly believe the actions of these agents contributed to the recent crisis? Aye, and that fucking... Okay, fine. Fine. Oh my god, that's a lot of people. Here we go! There. I was wondering why I wasn't doing any of my abilities. I was clicking the wrong buttons. Everyone down! This is a lot of people.
he's... Oh, guys. What's happening? Well, we killed it. I have no idea what's happening, but it's happening. We killed it. Which way am I going? I'm in Alliance C. So would that not mean I go this way? I have no idea. What the heck is happening? Oh heck, there's another Marvel. Ah! Ah! Okay, we did it, I think. Everyone's going one direction. The sawtooth feeds! It fed on me. Where am I? Okay, I'm out. I'm out now. I am currently covered in plant goop. I can't move. Airman's soul continues to grow. What the heck is Airmoon's soul? What the fuck? Okay. That just one-shot me. Oh no, he's feeding. I think Sawtooth is dead. And Airmoon's soul is dead. I think they're all dead. Oh no, I didn't need that. Oh, jeez. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? I don't know where my mouse... There it is. Okay, I'm taking the main dude. Oh, Jesus. Pass. Pass. What are you? I should call her. Okay. Dexter's on me. Why can't I move? I can move. Okay. Oh shit.
Hello, Dexter. Oh, I'm stoned. That wasn't that bad. The Void Arc complete. Completely complete? Because usually raids have more than one thing to them. Give me the echidna. I don't want the coffin lid. I don't want the breachers. I don't want the pants. I don't want the gloves. I don't want the hat. Just give me the echidna. I want the minion. I didn't get the minion, did I? Fuck. Bugger me. I expected danger, but not a hell-spawned bleeding nightmare made flesh like that. Didn't stop you and your mates, though, did it? That's some crew you got there, no mistake. Right then, let's have a look inside that dirty great coffer type thing. Something tells me it's filled to the brim with booty. Something tells me it's a cursed object that we shouldn't be touching. Don't look at me. I never moved a muscle.
What in the seven hells is that bastard doing?
This way.
What the fuck? Is that a cat? Is that Morgana? Fuck Morgana!
This way, swiftly now.
It's Morgana! Can anyone else see that talking cat over there? Bloody hells, this adventure's getting queerer by the minute. Still, I'd rather take my chance with the prattling puss and stay here. Get your things, mateys, we're leaving.
But what about the loot?
You can't spend it when you're dead. We either follow the furball or make friends with the spell-slinging Voidborn. Your choice.
God damn it, how's an honest sky pirate meant to make a living?
If he tells me that this fucking ship was a palace, I'm going to scream. It's not a palace, Fire. I won't fucking listen to that. No. 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 I'm not sure, and that's what terrifies me. The ship's breaking up. Is he trying to bring her down? My super laser piss!
The Void Scent is attempting to initiate a dimensional displacement, but the gate, it cannot possibly be large enough for the entire ship.
It's a Death Star.
Ah, the Queen's coffin! He takes it beyond our reach!
Are you going to explain what's happening, you dumbass cat? Well, there don't seem much point hanging around here. Let's get back to solid ground. Well, that just fucking happened. Aye, it was a bit touch and go in places, I grant you, but here we all are, and all with our bits still attached. This calls for a foaming flagon of... Hold on, ain't we missing someone? Did I tell her Tata to wait for us here? Never fear, we've been keeping the girl company. Oh, God damn it.
But enough about her. Did you see the cannon on that ship? As you know, my dear Leofard, I am not easily moved, but the sheer power on display set me all a-quiver.
Well, I hope you're content to admire it from afar. That vessel ain't for the likes of you and me. 1 second. Computer is messing with the boys makes me uncomfortable. Ranch, no.
Do not presume to measure me by your own limitations. Besides, I believe I've shown how resourceful I can be. Which brings me neatly to the point. You're in possession of a device capable of tracking the ghost ship. Hand it over or your engineer shall suffer the consequences. Perfect. A compass pointing the way to my just reward. A weapon like that belongs in the hands of one with the will to use it. Come, lads, our business here is concluded. I'm sorry, Captain. They caught me off guard. You get a bang on the head or something? The man I know would never give in to scum like her without a fight. Unless... What did you do to the compass?
Who, me? Not. Besides slipping a link pearl into its casing, like. So long as Rodley keeps it close, and you can be damn sure she will, we'll know exactly what them thieving bastards are planning. Anyone care to wager how long it'll take her to notice me little gift?
That's very clever and all, but how are you proposing to stop her from getting her hands on the derelict and its great big cannon?
I ain't worked that part out yet, but I suspect it'll start with us keeping a close eye on the Talons. Before we get into any of that, though, I got some questions what need answering.
You wish to know more of the Void Ark? The ghost ship, as you call it.
The Void Ark, so that's its proper name. Aye, I'd like to hear whether you could, whatever you'd like to care to tell us, Puss.
And I, for my part, am curious to hear your stories. Ere we continue, however, I must insist that you address me by my proper name, Kate Sith. I will not respond to puss or cat, and most decidedly not furball.
God, he is Morgana. I hate him.
My tale begins long ago, in the city of Mach, which once stood in the lands of Yafim. The sorcerers of Mach were masters of destructive magics, and they brought that terrible power to bear against Dapor and Nim in the War of the Magi. The titanic forces they unleashed, however, took a heavy toll upon the land, ultimately resulting in a colossal flood that drowned the realm of Eorzea, a catastrophe which my master, High Void Mage Castair, was wise enough to foresee. Wait. Colossal flood? Are you talking about the Sixth Umbral Calamity? I suppose you would know it as such. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. When they learned the fate that awaited them, the Magi began to construct a gargantuan vessel that would bear the people to the skies and to safety. The operation of the Void Ark, as the ship came to be called, was entrusted to Casair. Prior to that, of course, my master had been a prisoner in her own home, confined to her outspoken opposition to the war. So the Ark was meant as a sanctuary? Then how did it come to be so, what happened to all the people? And where did all the Void Scent come from? By what power do you imagine such a massive craft remains aloft? The energy required to raise the Ark was siphoned from over 1,000 otherworldly servants sealed within the vessel. Advancements in Maki sorcery were made for one reason and one reason only: cataclysmic destructive power. And the swiftest and most dangerous method of acquiring that power was through the enslavement of voice-sent entities. So the creatures on the derelict, they broke free from your master's control? The very heart of the Ark, the Void Mages had entombed a great ruler of the Void Scent, Skathach, the Shadow Queen. But in order to control so potent a prisoner, a Mage of Adamant was required. and being Mock's preeminent sorcerer, Kasser was deemed best qualified. Were it otherwise, my master might never have been released from her own imprisonment. Yet even with Kasser's peerless skill, the Shadow Queen could not long be subjugated. One after another, the lesser void scent awoke and ran rampant within the ship. In the end, Kasser and 53 void mages aboard the Ark sacrificed their own life energies to return to the fiends in their coffins, leaving me a lowly familiar to watch over a derelict prison.
If I remember me Umbreras right, the stuff you just described happened more than 1500 years past, which is a good while by anyone's measure. And since everyone seems to have been quiet on board your boat till just recently, I'm thinking something unusual must have happened to wake the inmates up. Am I warm?
One day, a void scent that had taken shape of a bat flew into the ship. At first, it was little more than a nuisance that I brushed away, but the longer it remained on the Ark, the stronger it seemed to become. Eventually, I could not contend with its power, and it began shattering seal after seal. You faced this bat-winged fiend before? It would seem then that this creature survived the encounter, and that he intends to celebrate his restoration by liberating his queen.
Well, that explains that then, except for one small detail, namely, where the Queen's coffin went. After it fell out of the ship's belly, I'm assuming it didn't just disappear, right?
You recall the great rift that the Ark's cannon ripped in the sky? That was a void gate. Such a portal opens a temporary path through the void, allowing the ship to travel almost instantaneously from one location to another. The void scent, as you saw, only opened a gate large enough to displace the coffin. As for the coffin's destination, however, that is as much a mystery to me as it is to you. I beseech you, conquerors of the Ark, help me find the Queen's coffin ere the ward's binding scathach are dispelled.
Smells to me like an adventure, and who knows what ancient Machi's treasures we might stumble on along the way. Gods know they'll make a nice change from all the Malagan tombstones we've been collecting. I will help you. I'm not risking me hide for the sake of the realm, you understand, but I'll be damned if I let either Radley or the winged bat bastard take the freedom of the skies from me.
You care only for how you might be inconvenienced? If the Shadow Queen were to return, it would have dire consequences for this entire star.
Count your blessings, Furball. I said we'd help, didn't I? Before we go rushing in search of that coffin, though, there's preparations to be made. You might as well get back to your usual heroic employment, Popoti. Let you know when it's time to round up your mates again.
The time is nigh, my dear Talons. Soon we shall seize control of the ghost ship and all its power, and rule the skies from here to the ends of the world.
I don't like her. Bam, 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 bam.
Poti, I was just about to fly out to Ishgard and track you down. You remember Kate Sith, that Maki familiar? Well, we've been working on a plan to find Diabolos in the Queen's coffin. There have been void-sent sightings from pirates all over, so we know that bat-winged bugger is hiding someplace in the sky. We just don't know exactly where. As for going about pinpointing the location, Leofard and the feline are bickering over just exactly how. That's where you come in. If you have a spare moment or two, we could use a third opinion to break the stalemate. Besides all that, Leofard's eager to have another hand help in the search, so come on over to Perak as soon as you're able. You know the way from here, don't you?
The Perak? Where the fuck is the Perak? Oh, I just look at the Red Bill Standard. Okay. Oh my god, it's a place. It's a whole map. Where do I go? Stasia.
Thanks for coming. The captain and the cat are inside, still having their discussion. Talk to Leofard, will you, before I strangle the both of them?
If you're here to ask about the Queen's coffin, then you best turn around and walk straight out again. This aggravating furball's turned my mood sour as month-old gold milk.
Leofard, Papoti's come all this way to help us, at your request, I might add. She deserves to hear where we stand on the search, at least.
The search has given me ulcers is what it is. By all reports, Diabolos is lurking somewhere in the heavens, building up his forces. But the sky is a vast dome, as high as the ocean is deep. We're not the pirates to scour every damn floating rock. Give me a second. Diabolos. Final Fantasy XIV. When did I fight him before? In the lost city of Ampador. Apparently I fought him in the lost city of Ampador. Apparently. Okay. That's when I tried my luck with Rodlia. You remember her, don't you? Captain of the Talons, blonde hair, one eye, stole a bloody compass. Well, I've been eavesdropping with that link pearl I slipped into the casing, hoping to catch something useful. But all I've heard from her and her sorry crew is snoring, grumbling, and japes about the Archbishop's holy nethers. In the end, it seems we've no choice but to do this the hard way, but a certain mewling annoyance refuses to acknowledge the truth of it.
You cannot possibly hope to investigate the entire sky with this meager handful of ne'er-do-wells. I find my suggestion to seek aid from your fellow pirate gangs a perfectly reasonable one under the circumstance.
Ah, stow it, you mangy alley cat. You've not the faintest idea of how sky pirates operate. Best case scenario, we be locked into a deal to hand over any treasure we find. That's assuming we weren't laughed out of the room to begin with.
You cannot assume that every man and woman shares your base morality. If we made the attempt, I'm sure we could convince some few of the nobility to do our cause. And so it goes, round and round. Knowing pirates as I do, I find myself siding with the captain on this. What of you, Popoti? Any thoughts on the matter?
We should handle this ourselves. See there? Even Popoti agrees with me. We proceed as we have been, and try to cover as much sky as possible. However we tackle things, though, we have a long road ahead of us. I'll see if I can't think of a better way to shorten it. You might as well head back to your adventures, Popoti, unless you're willing to lend us your experience in another matter, that is. Utata, our chief engineer, has been mumbling about the Void Ark and cursing under her breath for days. Might be as you can provide some insight into her dilemma.
She's conducting her research in the Sea of Clouds, yes? I should rather discuss the properties of the Void Ark than continue with this fruitless debate. I'll see you down there, Popoti.
How do I go? How do I leave? Passage to Coldwind. Turn off the Void Arc.
What troubles you, Mistress Utada? We were told of some matter regarding the Void Ark was causing you no small measure of grief.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Mistress Utada, what are you... Ugh! Arr! I feel so much better now. My apologies, Kate Seth. You had the misfortune to enter my field of view just as I felt the entire desire to squeeze something warm and furry.
Oh no.
I made this damnable ecto-compass. I made another one, you see, identical in all respects to the first compass that Redalia stole. But look, it points in a completely different direction to where the Void Ark should currently be. I don't understand what I did wrong. I used the same plans, the same parts.
Oh, it's pointing to the coffin!
I can imagine that would be infuriating. And you're certain there are no flaws in the design or the materials? Positive. I've tweaked and adjusted and replaced every single piece, but it refuses to function as intended. On the verge of tossing the blasted thing over the edge. What do you make of this, Popoti?
I don't think the compass is broken.
Yes, I am inclined to agree. Judging by your previous work, it would seem unlikely that the compass itself is defective. We must consider other factors.
It's pointing to the coffin, you fucking idiots!
Might you explain to us the principle by which the ectocompass tracks the void arc? It all comes down to etheric signature. I discovered that the void arc is encompassed by an energy of a rather peculiar composition, so I simply tuned the compass to follow its unique trail. An energy of peculiar composition, you say?
Yep, it's a talking cat!
Of course, the arc was repelled by the siphon energies of the void scent. Could it be the compass was tracking not the vessel itself, but the aether of the entities imprisoned within? That would certainly explain why the compass now points in a different direction than the one to expect. After all, Diablos and the Shadow Queen are no longer on board the Ark. Are you implying that if we piloted a course based on the readings from the ectocompass, we would arrive on the demon's doorstep, so to speak? Just so, Mr. Sutata. Assuming my theory is correct, we no longer require outside assistance to pursue our elusive quarry. Oh, Stasia, what perfect timing. You won't believe the wonderful discovery we just... Talon airships have been spotted en route to our nest. If it's revenge they're looking for, we best head back and make ready for them.
Let me at him. Let me at him. Truce, Red Bill. We need your help to save Captain Radlia. You're one of Radlia's favorites. You threatened my crew, steal our compass, and now you come crawling to me for help? What kind of unholy mess have you crit stumbled into? We took your damn compass, but it didn't show us to the ghost ship. We ended up at some moldy old ruins, lousy with void scent. Before we knew it, some spider demon was knocking our ships out of the sky. The two of us managed to pull away, but we saw what happened to them as we got caught in the ground. If the captain survived the massacre, she's stuck there with no wings to fly out again.
Why don't you give that link per a listen, Captain? Might be as we can learn if Roddy is alive or dead at least.
So much buzzing. Can't hear a blasted... Wait, I'm getting some words. They're after Maki artifact. Damn demons are searching. Hide. And then a bunch of screaming. Seems Radley is still kicking for now, but who knows how long. If those screams were an act, then consider me fooled. I don't think the Talons are laying a trap here. I have half a mind to leave Radia to her fate, but I never turn my back on any adventure, especially when the scent of treasures in the air, eh? Now tell me where you found those ruins. You'll help us then? You're a good man, Red Bill. We left the captain in Yefrim Saltmore, just northwest of Mordona.
In Yefrim, you say? You must speak of the ruined shell of Mach itself. By Satolo's Black Heart. Could they be after the Nullstone?
What's that, Puss? You think you know what those fiends are after? Right, Tutata. See that these Talons are patched up, then have the rhyme mill ready to fly. And don't spare the oil. You know I love to hear her purr. Popoti, Stasia, bring the furball to my quarters and we'll have ourselves a chat about our impending trip to Old Mock. Right, furball, let's hear about this artifact that Diablos is looking for.
If I am to speak of the Nullstone, then I must first explain the method by which Maki sorcerers would bind the Void Sense into service. The more powerful the Void Scent, the more difficult it is to manifest its presence in its world. Their own immense strength weighs them down like an anchor, you see, preventing them from breaking the surface of our dimension. That is why they cooperate with mortal sorcerers. A mage can provide a suitable vessel for the summoning, or rip a large enough hole into the fabric of reality for the entity itself to step through. And let me guess, the mage forces the Void Scent to agree to a pact in return for the invitation to our world? That is correct, but we'd be foolhardy to expect some devious and malevolent creatures to abide by the spirit of even the most carefully worded contract. Thus did the Maki mage construct an occult device that would more securely bind the Void Scent to their will, a safeguard of sorts, that to the best of my knowledge yet lies entombed within the remnants of the ancient city. The Nullstone was seen as a last resort. Should a Void Scent break its pact and turn on its summoner, mage could use the relic to disperse the very essence of even the most potent entity, obliterating it completely.
I can't see the royals of the Void taking too kindly of a threat like that. Seems these sorcerers were just as ruthless as the monsters they summoned.
When it came to the glory of Mach, the ends justified the means. In any event, we can be certain Diabolos seeks to secure the Nullstone before it falls into mortal hands, and thereby ensure that Scathach will reign unopposed.
Alright, so we know what the fiends are after. But what I don't understand is why such a valuable relic was left behind when the mages knew a colossal flood was on the way.
Its value is the very reason they chose not to risk its relocation. The Nullstone is kept within a structure constructed for the purpose, secured behind powerful wards and protected by deadly guardians. And with the rising of waters, they reasoned the artifact would be sunk along with the city, far beyond the reach of the vengeful Voicent.
But now that Yafim is more swamp than sea, the demons only have their wards and the guardians to deal with. And I doubt they'd be wasting their time down there in the mud if they didn't have some trick to break through the wards. This has become a race to see who can nab the treasure first, which is just some sort of contest the Sky Pirates live for.
So we slip into the ruins, pinch the relic, then rescue Radley from right under the fiend's noses.
Well, I suppose we could save her while we're poking around for loot. I'll grab the new compass from Mutada so we know where we're going. Check your weapons, pack your small clothes, and meet me up at the landing when you're ready to fly. We'll fly directly into Yafim from here. Once we arrive, you forge ahead with your band of adventurers just as you did in the Ark, Popoti. Just keep slicing into the depths until you reach that Nullstone. We don't want to risk getting knocked out of the sky like the Talons, so we best land a little ways out from the ruins and head in on foot. The Furboss says he knows the place well enough to guide you, so me and the Red Bills will follow behind on rescue duty. You concentrate on smashing a path through the artifact. We'll check the nooks and crannies for Radley and her crew. Don't let your guard down once you reach the ruins, though, eh? There's likely golems and such there in there that are worse than the fiends outside. We wouldn't want a hero losing her head now, would we? The weeping city of Mach. Oh my god, I've already been through part of the scene.
No matter, assuming I made myself understood, we need not speak of it again. There is, however, one other subject which merits discussion. You determined that Sophia's thralls were awakened by a Gallian soldier who somehow gained access to the containment area, did you not? If that is the case, it seems highly doubtful that the interloper wandered into such a dangerous part of the facility by chance. Dissidents within the Empire claim that the 6th Legion is rife with agents under orders to support the Ligustus' mission by any means necessary. Lest you imagine that we have allies with Garlemald, I should clarify that their motive is wholly uncharitable. Regular Van Hydrus rose to the top of the Gallian military on merit alone, and is fiercely loyal to the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. His compeers, by contrast, rose through the favor of the established order, and would accordingly do anything to see him fail.
That they would be so reckless. You truly believe the actions of these agents contributed to the recent crisis?
Aye, and that they pose no less risk to the realm than those loyal to the Emperor. Plainly, we must needs continue to do all in our power to prevent the technologies of Alec from falling into the hands of man. On that point, at least, we have ever been in complete agreement.
Oh my god, a Defiant Simulacrum. Would like you to have this, Warrior of Light. It is an elegant tombstone similar to the one we recovered after your victory over Sephiroth. The records contained within describe the goddess at the height of her power, and enable Alice Law's reality augmentation technologies to generate an idealized simulacrum of Sophia against whom to test your skills. From what I have been able to determine, this formed part of a greater trial intended to test Aleg's elite warriors. Quite how it will compare to the challenge presented by the Fiend's tombstone, I cannot say. I suppose there's only one way to be certain. Visit the verification node on Alice's Law and witness firsthand what awaited the champions of Eld. Okay, let's go kill fuck-ass Duck. Ravana. We only have 6 members. That's not right. Why do we only have 6 members? Binding blade is damage here, so come stand me with when it starts casting.
Dance to the song of ringing steel. Furious as a blaze.
Oh fuck. That hurt. So liberation is circle AoE. Where he lands, then we need to move from his clones because those are straight line AoEs. Okay. Okay, we got through that. Stack behind when he does liberation. Stack center. I don't know what stack means. Shouldn't have rotated him. Oops.
Dance to the song of ringing steel. Furious as a blaze.
Ow. Stack. Okay, he did it in that direction this time. Fuck. Okay, so he rotates in the same direction as the circles. Oh my god, one of their names is Mambo number 5. I just noticed that. Okay.
In the glory of combat. Unyielding of the earth.
We did it! We did it! We beat Ravana Extreme!
Thus does the sacred rite of combat proclaim the victor. I lay my blades at thy feet, child of man.
What do we get? Faded copy of the hand that gives a rose. Pass. Hive musketoon. Pass. Hive weapon coffer. I have a level 4 pass. Pass. Greetings, warrior of light. But one pillar of the warring triad remains. Zervon, the icon known as the demon. According to the histories I've uncovered, this monstrous being was worshipped by a race of Mercidian beastmen. These creatures are the key to maintaining Zervin's manifestation. We can be sure that many such thralls will be imprisoned somewhere within the research facility. It is imperative that we determine their exact location as swiftly as possible. We dare not risk the repeating of the near disaster we suffered at the hands of Sophia's servants. As such, your fellow Scions have already begun an exhaustive search, but there are several sectors which only you, Kryl, and I can enter without fear of enthrallment. Let us make our way to Azislav forthwith and aid in investigations. First, I get to go talk to the vast storyteller. Click, click. Once more have you slain the ravening god. Your tribe must think you a great hunter indeed. Even the One Mind must begin to appreciate the folly of their wasteful summonings. But tell us, great hunter, how were you able to pass the seal? Did it simply melt away at the approach of your indomitable presence? A gemstone of fire and earth? There's something. A memory we have from the Overmind before we were cast out. A memory of the burning eye of Ravana. The Overmind is recollections of legends of 100 generations old. We remember the tale from our god as he once was, an all-devouring beast whose eye was torn from him by an invading tribe. The North have sought to recover this lost relic for centuries, that it might be rejoined with Ravana reborn. But even were it found, it is said only the most worthy of warriors can bear its searing touch. I now understand why the seal granted you passage. But tell us, great hunter, how came you by the eye? A youngling named Unu Kalhai, your deed has returned many memories to the surface of our mind, but that name is not among them. To gift you with such a prize, he too must have thought you worthy. We thank you, great hunter. Too soon do our memories from the Overmind fade, but you have given us a new story to tell. Oh my god, now I have to go back to the Rising Stones and talk to him again.
Poti, it's good we caught you. The facility has been swarmed by Imperial troops.
By the standards did we judge them soldiers of the 6th. Aye, once more does regular Van Hydra stretch forth his hand to seize the forbidden fruits of Allig. And once more have our meticulous wards been swept aside like so many cobwebs. Your meddlesome words were destroyed from within by the pulsating energies of an icon. Nay, put up your weapons and listen. The followers of Zervan have awakened, and they toil to rouse their master.
The demon's worshippers yet slumbered when we confronted Sophia. Could the tampering of her thralls been more widespread than we thought?
They shared a common enemy. 'Tis not unthinkable they would seek to free all those Alligans had imprisoned. Yes, the cage doors are open, and whilst you stand here quibbling over who picked the locks, my soldiers are inside the facility risking their lives and their sanity. They have volunteered to face death to prevent Zervan's servants from waking him in the fullness of his power. Now, assuming you have at last understood the gravity of the situation, it is time I rejoin them.
You cannot hope to succeed. The icon will enslave the minds of any who draw near.
Thus did I seek out those with the power to resist his influence. Aid us, and mayhap my men will not perish in vain. You propose an alliance. I have delved into the depths of this place and found its technology wanting. These mechanisms have failed to hold their prisoners, and such broken artifacts are unfit to bring before the Emperor. Twice you have bested me in combat. Will you now lend me that strength and stand against our mutual foe?
'Twas in opposing your reckless schemes that Ysael was lost to us. You expect us to simply forget and forgive and forget all that has come before?
I expect you to put aside your emotions and use your better judgment. But of course, I am dealing with savages. I will not stand here and justify the death of the Ice Maiden. We pursued our ideals and you pursued yours. Such was the result. And mayhap you may consider another point. In these endless clashes, we have lost comrades dear to us. Yet I choose to put aside past grievances to beg your champion's aid, to appeal to your reason. Thou art willing to build a bridge of common purpose upon such tremulous foundations. I too am hesitant to accept this arrangement, Arkan Yerstola, but the offer has been made to the Warrior of Light, and 'tis her involvement which shall ultimately sway its outcome. I shall abide by Popoti's decision. Zervan must be stopped.
And for better or worse, we shall fight by your side.
Mistress Kryl and I are resistant to primal influences. We shall aid you where we can. Then let us be on our way. Activating verification systems. Enlistment program request acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data. Blip data processed. Adversary. Warring Triad Sophia. Threat level extreme. Successful applicants will progress to elite squad introduction. Families of unsuccessful applicants will receive twice standard death benefits. Before initiating this program, elite squad applicants must agree to extensive physical Bloop crackle. Data corrupted. Unable to verify input. Applicant agreement accepted. Little whoa! Flip activating reality augmentation. Initiating enlistment program. The Empire thanks you for your service. Post-mortem data will be used to improve the survival rate of subsequent applicants. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Our companions have already passed through to the research facility. We should not lag behind.
The demon stirs.
Like a suckling babe, he feedeth upon the aphis siphoned unto him by his thralls. We must need deprive him of this sustenance. And we destroy those devices.
Hold! Witness your soldiers!
They've turned one against the other. Even half awake, Zervin corrupts and converts those who enter his aura.
The three of us, then. Popoti, Unu, Kalhai, will rush in together and each disable a generator. We cannot give them a chance to rally a defense.
There are 4 mechanisms by my count. If I can avoid the Icon's miasma, my blade will make short work of the last one. We all of us have pledged our lives to... Keep your lives. I would rather you tend to my fallen. Some may yet survive with their minds intact. I know not if my strength will be enough. I am no champion. The battlefield is no place for uncertainty, boy. Fate has blessed you with a unique talent and an occasion to use it. Do not waste such a gift. We strike! It didn't show me attack it just showed it fall.
Gods! Servin is... Unu, Kalhai!
Ah! Well, shit.
He slumbers once more.
You saved me. Why? I told you, boy. Yours is a gift too precious to waste. A gift the Emperor may one day have need of in his war upon these untamable icons. Emperor Varys, he raised me up from the ranks, stood against my detractors. I'd gladly give my life in his service. You must finish this. Slay these leeches upon our star. Kill them all. Kill Zervin. Well, he's dead. We must needs withdraw and prepare our assault. At the cost of his very life, the Legistus has prized open for us a window of opportunity. He's dead, and only I've been stronger.
Enough of that. There'll be time for regrets after we've rid the world of Zervin. Kyle is the right of it. The demon has fallen back into torpor for now, but we must act swiftly if Regula's death is to have meaning. The survivors speak of an army of thralls loose in the facility, and we must assume that these followers continue their efforts to awaken the icon.
Let us then concentrate upon diverting them from their task. Mistress Kryl and Master Unukalhai, prithee secure the controls to Zervin's shackles and limit the restoration of his might. Arkan Y'shtola and I shall forge ahead and strike down those thralls as would seek to harry you. Warrior of Light, thine is, as ever, the most perilous duty. Gather to thee thy trusted companions, and extinguish from this realm the fires of the demon himself.
Well, that was fucking fast!
There's been enough sacrifice for one day. We must take the chance we've been given and defeat Zervan now.
That one guy is dressed up like Ravana. Oh shit!
Good and evil, the war eternal. My doubt is fled.
What?
Bow to my infallible judgment.
Whoa.
Suffer in endless torment.
What the fuck is happening? Why am I taking so much damage? What the hell happened? Here comes the frozen ice thing.
Bow to my infallible judgment. Suffer in endless torment.
What is this? We did it!
Incredible as always, Popoti. Hopefully that'll be the last our world sees of the likes of Zervin. Every one of his thralls has been slain as far as we can determine. Our victory over the warring triad is complete.
An impossible feat had we not been blessed with your cooperation. Let's not forget the efforts of regular Von Hydrus and his men. Without their noble sacrifice, the demon would have awoken far sooner and possessed far more formidable energies. The bodies of the fallen now accompany the survivors on the return journey to Garlemald. 'Tis known that the Imperials recognize no god, yet they would honor the dead in their own fashion.
And when next we meet, our fleeting alliance will surely be forgotten. 'Twas an interesting exchange nonetheless. They spoke of their present ruler as a man who values self-sufficiency. Varys befriended Regula in their youth, it seems, and it was highly impressed by his martial prowess. 'Tis common knowledge that Regula's rise to Legastus was in great part advocated by the Emperor himself. Regula freely admitted his shortcomings when it came to politics, and it was Varys' unconditional support that served to win his undying fealty. One does not expect such tales of camaraderie to lurk beneath the Empire's iron exterior.
Contrary to all expectations, the man died a hero. Witnessing the way you all leapt into danger without hesitation, it would seem I am surrounded by heroes. And yet my own actions were aught but heroic. I have not the qualities nor the character to stand at the warrior of light's side.
What a curious thing to say. Are you truly concerned you do not measure up to some arbitrary requirement?
If you knew the path I walked to reach this place, then you would understand why I doubt myself so. Return with me to the Rising Stones, and I shall tell you of it. Okay. 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 And thus has the Lord of Hive's essence returned into the land. Now you must set your gaze upon Bismarck, Lord of the Mists. The white whale takes for his domain the entirety of the Sea of Clouds. The hunt for the celestial wanderer will be neither straightforward nor simple. With your victory over Zervin, the warring triad is finally defeated. I'm afraid, however, that mine own efforts have been far more hindrance than help. You and your fellow science deserve to hear the reasons behind my actions. I promise to tell you my journey, of who I am, of where I am from. Truth is, I am not of this world. I was born of a different star, a child whose power of the echo was too feeble to save his dying world. A child who, unlike you, never became a warrior of light. Man, he's just a boy. When all I knew stood on the brink of destruction, I was yet half grown. Had I been born but a handful of years earlier, history may have written a different tale. The seeds of other heroes that are yet to fully sprout may not have withered and perished. The star I failed to save is known to you now as the Void. What? Though Popoti knew not that I spoke of my homeland, I explained to her before the cause of its ruin. A magic was devised to contain a defeated primal's might within a stone known as Orosite, and the energies which bled from this imperfect vessel gradually corrupted the champions who wielded it. These heroes became slaves to an insatiable hunger for ether, eventually transforming into hideous fiends, and none who clung to the faint traces of light were strong enough to oppose them. The demons next turned upon each other in a war which drained the land's ether in even greater amounts, until one day the star was suddenly swallowed in a flood of darkness, an entire world unmade in an instant. The void scent you encounter here in this realm are the twisted remnants of once mortal beings who gnaw on what motes of light force remain. And as I lay dying, beaten and broken in my failed last stand, 'twas my present master who found me my tormented spirit and bore me away to the rift betwixt worlds. 'Twas he who first introduced me to Urianger. At my mentor's feet did I learn of the nature of reality, of the existence of the mirrored worlds and the eternal struggle between dark and light. Sudden and overwhelming superiority for either side will shatter the balance, and the world in question will be returned to the void by a calamity beyond imagining. As the self-appointed custodian of this balance, my master warned me that the source, the first of all worlds, slips perilously close to oblivion. In what spirit did this master prefer such a warning? A benevolent gesture, or veiled threat? To these questions and more do I mean to coax forth answers, yet no matter to this intention, that Heidelin doth teeter on the knife's edge is undeniable truth. Knowing this, what choice was given you to make? I chose to join my master, and act as his instrument on the star. The tragedy that befell my home cannot be repeated. I will see this world saved. And yet I hesitated at the most crucial of moments. What right do I have to stand alongside a true warrior of light? In thine own words, thou wert called before thy time, and I offer that thou dwellest overmuch on the question of what maketh the hero. The search for the answer leaveth thee paralyzed by doubt. Heed me, Master Unu Kalhai. Thou needest not believe thyself a hero to perform great deeds. 'Tis the deed itself which earneth thee thy hero's mantle.
Aye, the ideals you hold can be less important than having the faith to act upon them. Regular's loyalty to the Emperor guided his actions until the last, and though we did not see eye to eye on many things, his final deeds can be called not less than heroic. Personally, I find that faith in my companions allows me to act unhindered by uncertainty. I know that should I ever falter, Popoti and the others will be there to support me, or steer me back onto the right path if needed.
I see. In the days leading up to my world's destruction, I was entirely alone. I never knew what it was to have such comrades.
I cannot imagine the loneliness you must have felt, but look around you now, Unu Kalhai. You're not alone anymore. Welcome to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Can we get him some fancier clothes? His clothes are so fucking milk toast that they're just... God. I will fulfill my promise to save this world. When I stumble, I shall be glad to have your hands there to steady me. My apologies. This is difficult for me. For so long have I spoken from behind a mask. We should all feel comfortable speaking without such concealments.
I should hope you appreciate the irony of that statement, Urianger.
Whilst we were examining the controls of Zervin's shackles, I found a tombstone that may be of interest to you, Popoti. Would you like to take a look? The information contained within this device appears to have been used to generate a simulated battle of grueling difficulty. Challengers would be pit against a simulacrum of Zervin, the power of which has been enhanced to the icon's highest conceivable magnitude. It is described as the final trial for the most elite of Aleg's warriors, intended to distinguish the truly exceptional among them. I have witnessed no champion more exceptional than the Warrior of Light. Are you not curious to see how powerful Zervin may have been? I urge you to visit the verification node and undertake this ultimate test of the Algan elite. And I think that is done now. Take this over here. And I'll be done with this quest line. No one wants to do the Weeping City of Mach. No one wants to do the Binding Coil of Bahamut, damn it. Wait, activating verification systems. Eliminated ignition trial request acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data. Blip, data processed. Adversary, warring triad, Zervin, threat level extreme. This is the final qualifying test for surviving elite squad enlistees. Participation is only permitted to candidates who agree to unrestricted biopsy procedures following the trial. Specifically, enlistees who successfully complete the program will be certified as genetically superior and must submit to cell harvesting for subsequent cloning initiatives. Elimination trial survival rates are currently calculated at 1.9%. Popodi. Whoa! But activating reality augmentation, initiating elimination trial. The Empire thanks you for your service. Post-mortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent candidates. Your sacrifice is appreciated. And with that, I've completed this quest line. So why does no one want to do Binding Coil of Bahamut or the Weeping City of Mach? Huh? How am I supposed to see the story if no one wants to do it? Give me a moment. Am I just gonna be waiting here forever? Oh, hey, there you are. I called Honoroi to the manor. Our best Carusians are attending to him as we speak. He is yet to wake, but surely he will. So Father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, or is making my decisions for me. No, it's not like that. It's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You're free to be the woman you want to be, whereas I'm a son of House Fortor, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it. Till the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes. But not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let the better man make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. Suppose I had convinced myself I was above it, till your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honoroi, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame. But in the end, there was only me. Only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Merrick, and I will make my own decision. Lord Commander is not to be disturbed. Might I ask what matter demands his personal attention? I see. Very well, you may enter.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still, you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we in invite reprisals. The risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Emanelaine de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more.
You want me to fight for you, but I've helped every fucking nation.
An adventurer beholden to none, who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory, a warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side.
You're really gonna make me do this, aren't you?
I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
God damn it, Popodi.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
I might end the stream. I'm not getting the goddamn Weeping of City of Mach, and I'm not getting the goddamn Binding Coil of Bahamut. And it's making me annoyed. Let's see if we could raid someone. Raid channel. Oh hey, Nanu is playing Final Fantasy. Let's raid Nanu. So thanks for watching, everybody. I'll be back in the next one. Don't know when it'll be yet, but yeah. Goodbye!